Chapter 178. Tai Shuelong continued. Now, analyze Fong Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fong Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Hiss. Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fong Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word clean. Tai Shuelong nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings. Even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it. He was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Shuelong asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Gu masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Shuelong's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you were saying? You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude. Tai Shuelong said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fong Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Shuelong, Xiao Qin knew that Tai Shuelong lived up to his name. This Tai Shuelong had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fong Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yin, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Gu Yue and Mo Chun. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient? Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fong Yuan was chased out. Fong Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chin's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Gu Yue and Mo Chun sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Gu Yue village was like this. The clan leader was alive, and one of the two ministers, Gu Yin, was dead, but the chief faction was not without people. The heir Gu Yue Chang was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Gu Zhong who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir, and Mo Chun was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, and could not even keep his clan elder status. The two great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing Gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Guyue and Yaoji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan, to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Imo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the two great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Guyue and Imo Chun forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Shuelong had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day. What? You said Jia Jinshang's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed? Tai Ruanan was astonished. This morning, she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic goo master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's goo master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinshang's killer? Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuelong wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanan pondered in her heart. These are all guesses. There is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic goo master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin, there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and goo masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, one or two small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars, and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan searched for a long time, before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shuelong softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinshang's killer, thus they preserve this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruanan answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars, with many fatal injuries. Before his death, he had an intense battle. But on his body, there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot, he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanan deduced, he is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox goo master, especially the straw sandals on his feet. They are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qingmao bamboo, and Qingmao Mountain is rich in Qingmao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding Thousand Li. What do you mean? Tai Shuelong asked. Before this person became a demonic goo master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing, he is very likely a hunter from Qingmao Mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Shuelong retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes. Not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruanan said. Tai Shuelong did not comment. Neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanan to solve. Tai Ruanan continued to speak. With this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues. As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed, and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic Gu master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangjing? How did Fangjing offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangjing amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Shuelong to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fangjing blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it, because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fangjing shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time. How did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu master was hired by the other 2 clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious. They had once recruited demonic Gu masters. Xiong clan, huh? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide. It seems this clue is broken again. But at this time, there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are their envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon, there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. These Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qingmao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between 3 clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for divine investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin'. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue looked around and asked, which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other. No one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Emochin clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Gu Emochin snorted, and immediately retorted, in terms of qualifications, Master Yaoji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yaoji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Emochan is right. I also recommend Madam Yaoji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Emochan is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guyue sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Emo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guyue Yaoji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guyue watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents. But he decided to wait and see first, and not make a move. The Emo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Guyue thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Feng Yuan and the Emo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise, he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guyue couldn't help but think. But at this time, Feng Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan situation for the clan. What? Feng Yuan is volunteering to go? What does he mean? Is he really dumb, or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Feng Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy, but not Feng Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruan rushed in. Feng Yuan turned around, and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Feng Yuan. It was his younger brother, Gue Fengjing. The other was Guyue Jianghe. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here. Guyue stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guyue clan's internal discussion. How can you just barge in like this? Guyue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Gue Fangzhi. Tai Shuelong said, Oh, it's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence, he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Gue Fangzhi was because of Fangzhi's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruanan stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangzhi clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guyue Mo Chin's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother, Fangzhi? Guyue Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guyu Bo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruanan shook her head. The real situation is that Fangzhi killed innocent people and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had a brother and mistook Fangzhi for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence, an elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guyue Jianghe, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanan came prepared and was not flustered. Guyue Jianghe sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground, crying, This subordinate has failed in his duty. Clan leader, please punish me. Guyue Bo's expression was gloomy. What's the matter? Say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guyue Jianghe's jurisdiction and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today it was exposed by Tai Ruanan. That's what happened. Jianghe stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder. He did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father. Wang Er came to take revenge and found Fangzhi. So it was like this. Fangzhi suffered an undeserved calamity and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fangzhi clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it and shouted at Fang Yuan, brother. How can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals. How can you do this? Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guyue Fangzhi was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the divine investigator title. No matter what Gu they used, or what methods they used, to make Jianghe yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jiajin Sheng would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of Gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes, and Gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed old man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guyue Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Guyue Fangzhi closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties. You can say it out. Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fangzhi would be implicated. Fang Yuan said honestly, Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fang Jing opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother. Don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Jing gritted his teeth. His fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough. Guyuebo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Fang Jing, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shuelong reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guyuebo's expression softened. Tai Shuelong continued, however, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinshang's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guyuebo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Guyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jiafu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guyuebo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan looked at Guyuebo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shuelong was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shuelong's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shuelong was silent for a while before saying, One day, you will understand, Runan. But that's good. Young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old. I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is? Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jiafu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinshang's case, including Fang Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even the second time Fang Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jiafu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fang Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fang Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruan muttered to herself, "What are you going to do next?" Tai Shuelong asked. Jia Jinshang's case has happened a long time ago. It is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinshang's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean. I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fang Yuan? Tai Shuelong asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruan immediately said, this Fang Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic goo, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live goo at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shuelong nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight goo to dissect the rock and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fang Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fang Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fang Yuan in front of him, Guyue Mo Qin painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fang Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fang Yuan out on the spot. But today, he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Guyue Mo Qin fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone, Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless. It greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guyue Mo Qin. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinshang's murderer, Guyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Fang Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition. You need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Gu Mo Qin heard this and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my Mo faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guyue Mo Qin, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right, wait until you fulfill these first, Then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Gu Emotion suddenly spoke. Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Guyue Mo Yin. Guyue Mo Chun heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Mo Yin, the clan needs your sacrifice. Can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness, Guyue Mo Yin had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron gu was a rank 2 gu, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch-black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron gu floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing gu were divided into different categories. Some healed gu masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted gu worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron gu was its healing gu. An hour later, the live iron gu became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable gu, but its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron gu, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful gu. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7 and above gu followed this law of nature. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other gu were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus, trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 gu master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on, Before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 Gu master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle gu and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 gu appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong gu masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village. There were many people, and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus, he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Guyue and Mo Chun, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of gu masters dying from their own gu worms was not rare. Many gu masters forcefully used their gu worms and died from the backlash of the gu worm's power. Not mentioning the distant Guyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Shueling nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad. Only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruanan closed her eyes and activated her intuition gu. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes. It cannot represent evidence. Tai Shuelong reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Hee. As long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruanan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fangzheng. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Fang Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past? Fangzheng's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled, Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time, I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude. Thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruanan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh. Maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade. He probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fangzheng said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruanan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why, is there a problem here? In the end, Fangjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your big brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your big brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruanan replied in a low voice. What? Fangjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your big brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruanan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruanan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fangjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fangjing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother, you are so scheming in your heart. Am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fangjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed. He was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once, in Fangjing's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fangjing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fangjing see his weakness. The mountain in Fangjing's heart collapsed. However, this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fangjing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep. Such acting skills and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fangjing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me. I will tell you everything I know. Fangjing said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fangjing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? Hee. Tai Ruanan laughed. Fang Jing gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guiyue tribe. Fang Jing shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in then? Fang Jing shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guiyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guiyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree, but the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guiyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guiyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me. I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. He. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guiyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guiyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guiyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guiyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations. It is not strange. Tai Shuelong said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Shuelong sighed faintly. Ruanan, when I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes, black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Shuelong consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak. Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. Forget it. It is still too early for you to talk about this. You should focus on solving the case. Yes, father. Tai Ruan curled her lips, not taking Tai Shuelong's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader. Flower wine monk? Liquor. Liquor worm? Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ning Bing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ning Bing did not move, and in his blue eyes, the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake goo, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake goo's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Howl! It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ning Bing, but Bai Ning Bing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Ning Bing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ning Bing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I am ice and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary goo masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ning Bing sighed in his heart and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake goo also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type goo worms. It is so strong, yet so weak. Bai Ning Bing sighed towards the sky. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ning Bing shook his head. This snake goo did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger, and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ning Bing. Thus, this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ning Bing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive goo. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhang Fan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Zhang Fan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a goo master. By clan leader's side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice. He had done everything he could. Right. The results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by Gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death. So what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me, because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity. The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Zheng went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shuelong was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Zheng said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Guyue Yin had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction? Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the Wolf Tide, the Qi faction and the Emo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fang Zheng explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all. Sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shuelong. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shuelong around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fang Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fang Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fang Zheng's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility. That is the Qi faction was threatened by Fang Yuan. If this is the case, What kind of leverage did Fang Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruan racked her brains, and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shuelong. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shuelong's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you, and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface. Its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk, as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper, there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right, aptitude, Tai Ruan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jia Fu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Gu Yin bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use. That is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Gu Yin need it? This situation is too common. It happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Qi faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Gu Yin injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has Be Great Aptitude. Fang Jing said. Be Great Aptitude. Can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Shuelong shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Shueling said, We are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all. Unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruanen nodded. Father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo audio goo to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case. Please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, It is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyue sat and said with a smile, "Sorry to disturb, clan leader," Tai Shuelong said politely. Tai Ruanan and Guyue Fangzheng were standing at the side. "Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request," Guyue suddenly said. Tai Shuelong said, "Oh, clan leader, please speak. This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor." Saying so, Guobo sighed. "I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow." Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jiajin Shang, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qing Mao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time. I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu, and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Guyue and Imo-chan. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fang Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fang Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Imo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, this caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, Even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating. I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fang Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. As long as he plucked the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the heavenly essence treasure lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices. The first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate it all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan had no other choice. The spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guyue Bo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guyue Bo smiled. Tai Ruo Nan lightly snorted. Tai Shuelong pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fang Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Shuelong's style. Hee. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Guyue Bo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Shuelong was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guyue Bo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guyue Bo was secretly pleased. Guyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book. Only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanan's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyue Bo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio Gu was crushed. This Gu was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyue Bo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fang Jing quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruan Nan also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group, Although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guyue Bo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the sea of flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the sea of flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guyue Mabe was tested to have great aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyue Cheng, who was also tested to have great aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyue Cheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this and was certain. But soon, she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared. He crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have great aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why? How could this be? Wait a minute. Aptitude. Could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fangjing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fangjing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fangjing saw himself on the stage, and at that time, he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan. His whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory. This was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fangjing, I have a question. I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fangjing's mood. What is it? Ask away. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fangjing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fangjing fell into his memories. I think he said, the road? That's right. It's the road. Fangjing's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange. I didn't feel it at that time. But now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Gua Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process, he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed, and several gazes gathered on the painting wall, on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body, and this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Gu Fang Zheng, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster experiencing such a huge change in his life. But there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment, or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly, like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes, Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body. His expression was indifferent, with the unique, pale skin of a youngster. Guyue Bo stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Zheng, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guyue City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guyue City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said, Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Zheng was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guyue Bo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words. But if he has B-grade or a great aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up. She had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days, I've read some of his poems from his early years. They were grand and grand. Even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guyue Bo shook his head. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows, that's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guyue Bo was also confused. Tribe leader Guyue. Tai Ruanan turned around and looked at Guyue Bo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Guyue Bo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fang Zheng had seen Guyue Bo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons, eldest son verdant great son, second daughter Gue desolate een. The 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Zhu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Zhu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Zhu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruan Nan continued, it is just that in some people, the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline, or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique?
Fang Jing asked.
Don't tell me, this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques? Guyue Bo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Jing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuelong would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right. 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Guyue desolate in physique. Guyue Bo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here and named it the Guyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Guyue. Why did the first generation take the name Guyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan, Guyue desolate in physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it, he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Guyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue desolate in physique. He would make the world panic and bring Guyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants, if one day such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guyue Bo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Guyue desolate in physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Guyue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Guyue desolate in physique. Guyue Bo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Jing's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruan looked at him pitifully. Since Qi can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries. It is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive Bamboo Gentleman because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jiajin Shang was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai Clan girl, be careful with your words. Guyue Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jiajin Shang was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyue's desolate in physique? When it involved the ancestors' prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan. I have to do it. Damn it. This Guyue clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guyue wants to protect Feng Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine Investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This discovery made Guyue Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Xuelin go at this time? Clan leader Guyue naturally thought of Feng Yuan. Fangjing, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guyue Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Feng Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fangjing was left. How can this be? Guyue Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my grade aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Feng Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth. His aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Feng Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart. From start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down? Watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Feng Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring, and in his heart, Feng Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't. Like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled, an unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Fangjing's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force. His nails were peeled off, and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fangjing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. brother. You killed Jiajin Shang, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing. So what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fangjing's heart. Resurrection. The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fangjing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha 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 ha. Fangjing was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Gu Ebo could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing. Tai Shuelong was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak. Where is Fang Yuan? Gu Ebo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanan, who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruanan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Why is Tai Shueling nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Gu Ebo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shuelong was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shuelong. After Tai Shuelong saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shuelong make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jiajin Shang's death. Jiajin Shang's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute, but the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruanan had always been suspicious about this, and now Tai Shuelong had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured. You must take care of yourself. Tai Ruanan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shuelong facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruanan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guyue Bo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guyue Bo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fang Yuan. Hee hee. Tai Ruanan laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guyue Bo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan. It could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan. It could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruanan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave. I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle. There are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Yuebo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruanan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanan said, Fang Yuan is missing now. He could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. I hope so. Gu Yuebo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 yuan stone that Gu Yue and Mo Chun provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused. Looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall, he felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it. He had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it. He could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing. A total of 50,000 yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long. I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky Canopy Gu. Thunderwings Gu. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then, he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the Thunderwings Gu was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery and was not easy to land on. But Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and barely found a rough section of the wall and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only one or two knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave, there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh, 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 waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it, he realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave. He found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qingmao Mountain's soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange, but also full of danger. I don't have much time. How do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The Thunderwing's goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh! In the blood lake, an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. So. They were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish, but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Bloodbat Goo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio Goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow Goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing bloodbats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing bloodbats here? For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery, but now it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing bloodbat, Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Bloodwing demon sect with the Bladewing bloodbat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing bloodbat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing bloodbat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Bloodsea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing bloodbat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Bloodsea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally a mortal, but by chance, he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Bloodsea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Bloodsea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Bloodsea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing bloodbat, blood guillotine, and blood frenzy goo. The rank 3 Bladewing bloodbat goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing bloodbat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The blood frenzy goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the blood frenzy goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The blood guillotine was the blood sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5 and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the blood sea ancestor created the blood guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The blood sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds located in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing Bloodbat goo, the blood frenzy goo, or the blood guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the blood sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world, where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the blood sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful. It was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the blood sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the blood sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the blood sea ancestor's death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain, "These damned blood goo masters." I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave, but if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where, a new batch will appear. By now, the blood sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Feng Yuan had also received the blood sea ancestor's inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a blood sea inheritance after 400 years and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Feng Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. Why are there more than 100 bladewing bloodbats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestor's proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Fang Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The bladewing bloodbats swarmed towards him. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the Blood Sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shuelong. Why did he suddenly appear here? Fang Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound goo? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The heaven and earth grand sound goo was a rank 5 sound type goo. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type goo. The voice that Fang Yuan heard now was just Tai Shuelong's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Fang Yuan using the moonlight goo to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the goo worm. Of course, the heaven and earth grand sound goo had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the goo master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the goo master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales, and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Gyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Gyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge, and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fang Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate, it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a goo master. However, after glancing at Fang Yuan on the mountain wall, the Blood Sea Python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous goo. It was a mental goo, and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous goo and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop, and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shuelong, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the bladewing blood bat goo panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious blood river python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shuelong's supreme might. What a righteous gu! Fang Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous gu's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shuelong to gasp in surprise. The righteous gu had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous gu's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shuelong knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a gu on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shuelong could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous gu. However, Tai Shuelong had met many demonic gu masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous gu and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous gu even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shuelong hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the blood river python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the blood river python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shuelong had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the blood river python for a moment, then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shuelong would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish this seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinshang's death. Tai Shuelong brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinshang's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time, while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation gu on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation gu was formless and colorless, like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Jin Guyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shuelong opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body, and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shuelong, who was in the air. Tai Shuelong was already on guard against the blood river python. His body moved quickly and dodged the blood river python's bite. The blood river python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Jin Guyue. Do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a blood river python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shuelong sneered and moved in the air. The blood river python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The blood river python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft, and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings goo to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was not in a good state. The thunderwings goo on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand. It's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Plop. Fang Yuan used all his strength, but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life, he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of Bladewing Bloodbat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it, and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily, he activated the white armor in time. Or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted, or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuelong was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 goo masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the goo master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor. The sky canopy goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shuelong could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, The blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air, there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron Hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shuelong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shuelong had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Goo. The Blood River Python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Shuelong laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Goo master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed, and the oil dragon Goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shuelong did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Goo, starting to activate the fire dragon Goo. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face, and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River Python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River Python. It suffered heavy injuries, and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Hualong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River Python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River Python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shuelong's tactic, 2 rank 4 Goo were able to force the rank 5 Blood River Python to retreat. But Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River Python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Goo had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Goo's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this. But that Fong Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fong Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon goo and fire dragon goo can force the blood river python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the blood river python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon goo might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Shuelong must know. Then Fong Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shuelong had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the blood river python to retreat. Tai Shuelong wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Shuelong floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood beard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Shuelong's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant hill puppet goo. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then, the oil dragon goo flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fong Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time. So Fong Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the blood lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood river python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the blood river python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shuelong won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the blood river python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the blood river python. The 2 dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the blood river python. The blood river python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shuelong allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the blood river python. The blood river python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the blood river python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the blood river python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shuelong's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the blood river python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the blood river python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The blood river python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo. A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. First generation Guyue. You finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. Hee! A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs. His hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth. It was his abdomen. He kept saying, I, thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first Gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood White Goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Nightmare Zombie, and Plague Zombie, they were known as the 5 Great Flying Zombies. Chapter 190. In the Blood Lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue, you are no longer a living person. Your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. He. Although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me die. First generation Guyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-wing blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type Gu, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 Gu master Tai Shuelong would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First-generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new bloodbat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The bloodbat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shuelong feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although Gu masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a Gu master controlling the bloodbat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First-generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shuelong. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shuelong is also injured. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shuelong has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of bloodbats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 bloodbats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These bloodbats can ensure your safety. Jin Guyue's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Jin Guyue gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed and another group of close to 100 bloodbats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Shuelong to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu. Howl. The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The bladewing bloodbat Gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The bloodbat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed bloodbat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the bloodbat group. When Tai Shuelong used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the Blood Lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them, and could only run away. Earlier, he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwing's goo was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right. It's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Seeing the bloodbat group getting closer, he could only use this method. The Bladewing Bloodbat goo was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 goo could completely suppress them. But Tai Shuelong and Guyue's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbat group closed in and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyuebo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow, but the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right. Can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyuebo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition, but the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital goo. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized. Once this Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital goo, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Goo were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining goo, these three aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, goo would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a goo master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality goo, the goo master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio goo. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower goo was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge, spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 goo. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower goo could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower goo to protect their cities. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the Spring and Autumn Cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the Spring-Autumn Cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was not his vital goo, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the Spring-Autumn Cicada. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was one of the mystical goo in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, goo worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Fang Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the Spring and Autumn Cicada. Sooner or later, a goo master's aperture will burst from the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the Spring-Autumn Cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the Spring and Autumn Cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the Spring and Autumn Cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Fang Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Feng Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Feng Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the Gu Master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river. Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical Gu world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Feng Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the Gu Master world was still the Gu Master world. It was just that history had taken a turn and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Feng Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations, but he had always been cautious and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood-bat group flew over, but Feng Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other Gu were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Feng Yuan's will, a Gu withstood the pressure and slowly flew out of the sea. This Gu was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Feng Yuan had used the plunder Gu to forcefully take some Gu worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture and obtain them. This Gu was a consumable Gu, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the Gu Master's foundation and potential, causing the Gu Master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture Gu, explode. Feng Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture Gu immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Feng Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Feng Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicadas pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark eye soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Bladewing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the Bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the Bladewing Bloodbats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 Bloodbats, without a goo master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fang Yuan to take out a Yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had obtained a grass goo not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce Yuan stone and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form Yuan stone. Fang Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only goo masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fang Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fang Yuan's aperture, turning into snow silver primeval essence. If Fang Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the Yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his goo. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude goo masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted and changed his fighting style, charging into the Bloodbat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver saw teeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood bat that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group and had been refined by the first-generation Guyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guyue was not present and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the blood bat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing blood bat Gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the blood bat swarm fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 blade-wing blood bats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the blood bat swarm reacted, Fang Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing blood bats were still chasing after Fang Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff, huff, huff. In the narrow cave, Fang Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fang Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fang Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The Thunderwings Gu had been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the Thunderwings Gu will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings Gu 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings Gu left his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings Gu and threw it behind him. The Bladewing bloodbat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings Gu, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings Gu. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing bloodbats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fang Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a Gu worm like the Iron Hand grappling Gu. The Bladewing bloodbat Gu flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fang Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood white corpse Gu to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead. It could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of Bladewing bloody bats to fly towards Fang Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shuelong had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shuelong and Guyue's generation is going. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shuelong wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that he had obtained. Although the Bladewing bloody bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhong Shui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. So what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhong Shui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fangjing at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan. This person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhong Shui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fangjing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhong Shui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. Hee, this situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhong Shui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhong Shui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhong Shui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan? You actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Zheng was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhong Shui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth. Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhong Shui, today is the day you die. Pooey. Bai Zhong Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Heh, joining hands. You are afraid of my clans by Ningbing. It's no use. This is just the first battle. There is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. Hee. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon goo to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster, like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the thousandly earthwolf spider. Fong Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fong Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and destroy the foundation of the Guyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the thousandly earthwolf spider sleep here, and seal itself was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details. Let's leave this place first. Fong Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the thousandly earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the thousandly earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fong Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 gu, it was easily refined by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan lost the Thunderwing's gu and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the thousandly earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This thousandly earthwolf spider was a type of giant gu that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Fong Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the thousandly earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fong Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the thousandly earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 gu. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Fong Yuan. The only thing that worried Fong Yuan was that the Gu Master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a Mount Gu moved. The thousandly earthwolf spider was a rank 5 Gu, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Fong Yuan had to stop and sit on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan's stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this two-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Fong Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down. The sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset. I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders. What a pity. Especially around me, there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong Tribes Alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you, we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai Tribe's Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangjing, Shtong Jiao Sa, Xiong Lin, and Qiqing as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant. What a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Gu Yue and Fang Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. Humph, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even Tin Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked, although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiao Sa crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big Sis is mighty. Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, hee hee, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Gu Yue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao Sa became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Gu Yue tribe, after Qing Shu died, Mo Chun also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A-grade aptitude Gu Fangjing. Many Gu masters looked at Fangjing. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangjing seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many Bai tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangjing's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is ranked 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears, Fangjing stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern dark ice soul physique, I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end. His body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later, he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way, I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. We were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. Hee hee hee, you underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Gu Yuebo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Shuelong had appeared. Although the three-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate in physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyuebo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyuebo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the thousandly earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This thousandly earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo. The flower wine monk used the thousandly earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance before dying with regret. The thousandly earthwolf spider lost its master and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately, the thousandly earthwolf spider sealed itself and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy goo was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength, he could not escape to the surface. He needed the thousandly earthwolf spider's ability. The thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the thousandly earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fang Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Guyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear, and shock, as if he was still alive. Fang Jing's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Jing, walking towards him step by step. The reason Fang Jing could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it! Damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Fang Jing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die! Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash! The The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered. Guyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guyue Bo squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3. He cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hee. I will tell you the truth. My clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark eye soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake. Many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guyue clan Gu master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raiment. Fangjing screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. I finally reached the ground. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, he saw Bai Ningbing in midair, hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly Earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly Earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly Earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly Earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form Immortal Snake Gu floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form Immortal Snake's back. Looking down at Fang Yuan, interesting. Fang Yuan, you really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fangjing crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Gu? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Gu. Isn't that the thousandly Earthwolf spider? Guyue Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white-form immortal snake, holding an ice blade, like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily, like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the two attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Humph! Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the three-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shuelong or Guyue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white-form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the two goo worms, two figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the northern dark ice soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. He. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing. He will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanan curled her lips. 10 extreme physique, it must be the 10 extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolating physique. Guyue Bo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 extreme physique, and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white-form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ningbing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white-form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ningbing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal. Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog. His eyes were white. He was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth communication eargrass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousandly earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fong Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousandly earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication eargrass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousandly earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That by Ning Bing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The goo masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Fong Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fong Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fong Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication eargrass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The thousandly earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fong Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruanan shouted at the side. Fong Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other two clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fong Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you. Guyue Bo, by clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fong Yuan. I can't let him escape. I will be right back. Tai Ruanan took this chance, and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fong Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Goo. This goo looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then, without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Shuelong is done for. Hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada, and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity. This time, I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. Hee, this grudge. I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fong Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2 or 3 thousand cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. My clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3 thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard. Defend? Let's escape. There are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar. All of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts, panicked screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moonblades, water bullets, metal spikes, and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here, the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication eargrass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Gu Yubo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Gu Yubo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Gu Yubo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Gu Yubo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Yubo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Gu Yubo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Gu Yubo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed, and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way. I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold. "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Gu Yubo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu master." Evidently, clan leader Gu Yue had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao mountain was not some famous mountain or river. Nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5, it was really limited and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu master could deal with a rank 5 Gu master. In an instant, Feng Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time. He had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Feng Yuan said. What? Guyue Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Feng Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Feng Yuan continued. Guyue Bo was a decisive person and immediately dragged Feng Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyue Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Feng Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Feng Yuan was protected by Guyue Bo and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Feng Yuan looked at the battlefield and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron-beak flying crane? Feng Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it, because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew, these iron-beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Soon after, Feng Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Guyue Bo. This Guyue clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times, he could have dodged, but for Feng Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Feng Yuan said to Guyue Bo, you are right. Guyue Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next, he shouted loudly, everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyue village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me. We will charge out together. His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyue clan leader. The Gu masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyue Bo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu masters who were once enemies joined hands and quickly gathered together. Guyue clan, they are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape. It will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live. I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply, and he was crawling like a snail. The other two clan leaders were also the same. Fong Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up. We swear to protect Fong Yuan's safety. Only he knows that method. Guyue Bo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fong Yuan turned around and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fong Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fong Yuan and firmly protected him. The healing light wave and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fong Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the three clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united and started a life and death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The three clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyue village. The Guyue village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuelong and Guyue First Generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyue Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the three clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fong Yuan did not speak, because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This? Heavens! Is my Guyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue, who had turned into a blood-white, stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my gu worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus, I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? He. It was the blood of your two sons. Your two sons were only 5 or 6 years old. They were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herbmen, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this gu, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your two sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial gu, seeking life through death, and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shuelong, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce. Back then, we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes, the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tincturer. Back then, He used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Gu to control the myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close, killing demonic Gu masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Gu master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Bloodsea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Bloodsea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature Gu worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Bloodsea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenchiru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenchiru by stealing Gu worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find Lifespan Gu and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenchiru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Bloodsea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenchiru could only use the life storage Jade Burial Gu to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage Jade Burial Gu method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage Jade Burial Gu could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Fang Yuan's previous life, using lifespan Gu to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother, you shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Haha, heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenchiru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Guyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh, 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 with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat goose soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat goo were much smaller than the ironbeak flying cranes, and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenchiru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Guyue's generation. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the ironbeak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenchiru snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item. It must not come into contact with it. Thus, he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shuelong, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. "Hand over your life," Master Tincheru roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Guyue's generation in the red coffin. Guyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, Rank 3 hairy zombie goo, Rank 4 jumping zombie goo, Rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood white zombie goo was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First, Guyue's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tincheru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam, bam, bam. The two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Guyue's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tincheru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First, Guyue spat out blood mist again. Master Tincheru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tincheru was old. His body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Guyue's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed. You still haven't improved. First Guyue's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard. Master Tincheru scolded furiously. He did not expect First Guyue's generation to become so strong. Be it Blood Guillotine or Bladewing Bloodbat Goo, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. It is time to use my trump card. Master Tincheru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Guyue's generation. First Guyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale goo. First Guyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale goo did not spit out ordinary chi, but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. But this goo was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tincheru used it now. Not only was First Guyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by goo masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on goo masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tincheru and First Guyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyue had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead, and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tincheru might be old, and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyue's biggest weakness. Master Tincheru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tincheru was also getting closer. First Guyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat goo, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Gyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat goo towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale goo, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent, and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Gyue First Jin. Gyue First Jin had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding, and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down, and countless Goo Masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. Two white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Goo Master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams, and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fong Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an ironbeak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. It was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the northern dark ice soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Goo Masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world.
Stop!
Gyue First Jin shouted. Seeing the Goo Masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work, but now they were destroyed by Master Tenchiru. This was Gyue First Jin's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Gyue First Jin could only give up on Master Tenchiru. The Bladewing Bloodbat Goo and Blood Guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenchiru's attacks. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Gyue First Jin's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Gyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Gyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Gyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Gyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Gyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Gyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Gyue's eyebrows. Bang! Gyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Gyue, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain goo, and also the talisman flaying goo. Ha ha ha. It seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These two goo were the Tai clan's signature goo worms. The demon suppression iron chain goo could restrict a goo master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying goo could extract the goo worms in a goo master's body and seal them. Tai Shuelong had used these two goo worms to capture countless demonic goo masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Gyue. When did this happen? First generation Guyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuelong. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Guyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Guyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Guyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu's suppression. Like this, first-generation Guyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die. Master Tenchiru's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Guyue's body was covered in injuries, his white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenchiru. Seeing that Master Tenchiru was about to succeed, first-generation Guyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang! The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing and instantly hit Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow. His white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenchiru's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Guyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones. All of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fong Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenchiru saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Guyue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Guyue shouted in panic, quickly grabbed the white brows. Activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together. A large group of Gu masters rushed over, not only Guyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Guyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Guyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Screams resounded. How could rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters' primeval essence compete with rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant. The primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it! First generation Guyue cursed, the demon suppression iron chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuelong was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain Gu was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain Gu was Tai Shuelong's Gu, and inside it was Tai Shuelong's will to suppress and kill first-generation Guyue's will. First-generation Guyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha ha ha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tinshiru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tinshiru laughed sinisterly in a low voice. I will win. All of you will die. The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tinshiru. First Jin Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yinji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yinji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Jin Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Master Tinshiru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, what a pity. I ruined your plans. First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the blood skull goo or yin yang rotation goo, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenchiru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first-generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet goo, translucent like a water ball. First-generation Guyue saw this goo and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, "Quick, come, kill this goo." Several goo masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This goo was sealed by the bottom talisman goo and could not be activated by first-generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shuelong, or a special goo, could unseal it. But this goo was a consumable goo and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several goo masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed goo worms and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed goo worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz! With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Jin Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenchiru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5. Why does it look like water curtain skyflower goo? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this goo before. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to his feet and sneered, "Senior brother, you have good methods. You can even counterattack like this and break the raised eyebrows and exhale goo. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door." Guyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention." Killing intent flashed in Master Tenchiru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge. It was stable as usual. Master Tenchiru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. "What goo is this?" First Jin Guyu raised his head and laughed. "Let me tell you. This is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly. Use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head. Ha ha. You scoundrel. You are boasting shamelessly." Master Tenchiru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Guyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely. All the goo masters outside the barrier, including Xiong Jiaoman, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai. The goo masters gradually relaxed. The first-generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first-generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 goo master? How powerful. I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. He would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenchiru attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First-generation Guyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain skyflower and water curtain skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable. It had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenchiru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me, only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone, I need a large amount of yuan stone, first generation Guyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Guyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply. Yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenchiru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more. We have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first-generation Guyue. The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first-generation Guyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression iron chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First-generation Guyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first-generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First-generation Guyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand, but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor. First-generation Gu raised his head and laughed. Ha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Guyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Guyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Guyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor, you? Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. Noisy! First-generation Guyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard. You are not our yuan stone. How can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person. Everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh. A bloody massacre began. First-generation Guyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3. How could they be his match? And this blood-curtained skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first-generation Guyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first-gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guyue tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank for blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First-generation Guyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical. Not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first-generation Guyue's body and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First-generation Guyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen. My aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Guyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tinchuru, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade, and mine is C grade? You have a great aptitude. Of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C-grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader, and I the second. You are the most dazzling, just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This blood skull Gu was my only hope, the hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine.
Master Tenshuru stomped his feet and cursed.
Yes, it's yours. Guyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade. How could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me, become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied. Why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Guyue actually started sobbing. The blood white's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more. I can only value myself more. I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder. I can only take more risks. I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your blood-sea true inheritance. Then, I became a demon. Ha ha, then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenchiru was speechless. First Jin Guyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into First Jin Guyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Jin Guyue killed more Guyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenchiru was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. First Jin Guyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered. Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Humph. If you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know, this goo was refined by me. I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Jin Guyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant. I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Guyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph. The thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly, Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk, his hairs stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and First Jin Guyue took a step back. By Ning Bing? Fang Yuan turned around. Looking at the person who attacked, he was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm. Cold air spread around the wound and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ning Bing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against First Jin Guyue was him. Oh, what condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me, and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fang Yuan was moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ningbing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact, they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius. His talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation, he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. Io, it really is the northern dark eye soul physique. TSK, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Jin Guyu let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this northern dark eye soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom! A loud explosion. The two clashed. First Jin Guyu retreated 2 steps. Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This. First Jin Guyu was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But First Jin Guyu could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The northern dark eye soul physique was now almost immortal. No matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guyu even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color and turned into an iceman who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful. The clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Jin Guyu. First Jin Guyu screamed and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and bladewing bloodbat goo were controlled by him and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end, he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood curtain skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood curtain skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenshiro did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained by Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.